faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message. Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our tank troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American Armed Forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, there may be a detachment of American commandos carrying through a raid on occupied France, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it and see if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp or a dime every other day. Remember that every dime is important because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So remember, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp. And now, the adventures of Superman. On their way to the Belgian Congo to search for Prince Saber, sole heir to the title and riches of the Sheik of Mecca, Clark Kent and Lois Lane were forced to stop off at Khartoum in Egypt to put young Jimmy Olsen in a hospital. Jimmy, suffering from the effects of a poisoned thorn, is now on the road to recovery. But in the meantime, some strange things have turned up. To begin with, Kent and Lois believe that a patient in the hospital, an Arabian suffering from tropical fever, is the Prince Saber for whom they're searching. They also believe that a mysterious one-eyed man has been shadowing them and, in fact, made an attempt to put them out of the way. As our story continues, it is almost midnight. Kent and Lois have parted in the lobby of their hotel, and Lois has gone into her room, closing the door behind her. Groping in the darkness for the light switch, she is suddenly frozen stiff as a voice filters out of the pitch black. A voice that says, "Do not move, Miss Lane, and do not cry out."
Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
My identity is unimportant. My presence is another matter. Now, don't reach for the light switch. We shall have to conduct all our business in the dark.
What sort of nonsense is this?
Sit down in a chair, Miss Lane.
Very well.
That's much better.
Well, now what?
I will come closer to you now. I am standing in front of you. Now I shall reveal myself to you, Miss Lane. I shall illuminate my face with a small flashlight. So, you recognize me?
You're the man in the dining room. The one who tried to poison us.
Say it, Miss Lane, the one-eyed man. I'm quite accustomed to it. Just to show you I'm not sensitive about it. Look at me. Look at me. That's right.
You're fascinated by my ugliness, aren't you?
No.
Yes, you are. There's something frightening about it. Frightening and fascinating. That's perfect. Keep looking at me. You're getting drowsy, aren't you? You'd like to drop off to sleep. Drowsy. Sleep. Sleep.
No, please.
Sleep. Sleep. There, she's asleep. A perfect diagnosis. Now, Miss Lane, you are ready to do my bidding. You understand? You are ready to do my bidding. Is that clear? Answer me. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. To begin with, you and Mr. Kent are on your way to the Belgian Congo to search for Prince Seba. Is that not true?
Yes,
But what, Miss Lane?
hospital. The hospital.
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Lane?
Prince Seba. The hospital.
Think hard, Miss Lane. What are you trying to say?
Prince Seba is in the hospital.
What hospital? What hospital, Miss Lane? Answer me.
Here in cartoon.
You are not telling me the truth. You mustn't lie to me.
The truth. It's the truth.
How do you know?
I saw him today.
You saw Prince Seba in the Khartoum hospital. Are you sure?
Yes.
What room is he in? Miss Lane, what room is Prince Seba in?
The ward. Ward A.
You have been very helpful, Miss Lane. You see, I have no desire to harm either you or Mr. Kent. My concern is only with Prince Seba. If what you have just told me is the truth, I will no longer bother you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, I must leave. You will have no recollection of this little episode. When you awaken, it will be as though from a deep sleep. It is now 10 minutes after midnight. The bell on the Khartoum mission will ring at 1 o'clock. It will awaken you. Good night, Miss Lane. Good night.
Leaving the hotel, the mysterious one-eyed Egyptian walks rapidly up the deserted street, a strange, vindictive smile playing about his thick lips. Lengthening his stride, he turns the corner, but as he does so, a familiar figure steps out of the shadowed darkness of the doorway.
Just a moment. I'd like to talk with you.
I beg your pardon.
Don't bother begging my pardon. You remember me, don't you?
I am sorry. The street is dark. I cannot see you.
My name is Kent. Clark Kent. Does that mean anything to you?
I do not recall the name. Have we met before?
Yes, under rather strange circumstances. You tried to poison me.
You are joking.
No, I'm not joking. You sent some drinks to my table tonight.
Oh, yes, of course. You are the American with the young woman.
Oh, you remember now, eh?
Yes, naturally. I trust you enjoyed the cordial.
Look, my friend, you're not pulling any wool over my eyes. Those drinks were poisoned, loaded with cyanide of potassium.
I do not understand.
You understand perfectly. Now, who hired you to get rid of Miss Lane and myself? You belong to the Black Narcissus cult?
The Black Narcissus cult? I do not quite comprehend.
Listen to me. I have neither the time nor the inclination to bandy words with you. Now, I may look harmless, but you'll discover differently unless this nonsense stops. Neither you nor any other member of your sneaking, murdering cult can stop me from doing exactly as I wish to do.
But, Mr. Kent, these accusations, they are uncalled for.
Your little act doesn't impress me, my friend. I've met smooth talkers like you before. They're all cut from the same pattern. As a matter of fact, I think I should deliver you to the local authorities. You're a dangerous person to be allowed to roam around loose.
Now you are talking like a fool. What do you expect to prove?
That you're a would-be murderer. You made an attempt on my life and the life of Miss Lane.
This is all very amusing.
Well, it won't be so amusing by the time I'm through with you. Come on.
Please take your hand off my arm.
Sorry, but you're a slippery article, and now that I've got you, I'll hold on to you.
I said, please take your hand off my arm.
And I said no. Come on.
One moment. I should like to show you my identification. Perhaps once you know who I am, your opinion of me will change.
What do you mean?
If you will release my arm, I will show you.
All right. But remember one thing. I don't trick easily. If you're thinking of pulling a gun or a knife out of your pocket, forget it. They don't bother me either.
I have no intention of using a gun or a knife. What I wish to show you is this.
What is it?
A tiny capsule containing a dose of poison 10 times as powerful as the cyanide used in your drinks.
Oh, then you admit poisoning those drinks.
You are very clever, Mr. Kent. Yes, I admit it. But I have prepared myself for an emergency like this. I knew that someday I would be caught. Good fortune cannot last forever. But I vowed never to be caught alive. So therefore, I swallowed this deadly capsule.
No, wait.
Too late, Mr. Kent.
This is just a trick to avoid arrest.
You are quite right. It is a trick, but a very costly one. I am paying for it with my life. It will only take a moment or two until the capsule dissolves. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
I've had enough of this play acting. It's all very interesting.
Wait, it's beginning to work.
You're putting on a beautiful performance, but it's wasted on...
Believe me, this is the end.
Caught him just in time. Fainted. Oh, wait. His hands are ice cold. I can't feel any heartbeat. This on the level? I can't believe it. Gotta get him to the hospital in a hurry. I'll have to do it as Superman. Up, and away! This is probably a silly question, Dr. Hammond, but do you think there's any hope for him?
I'm afraid not, Kent. He's scarcely breathing, and I can barely detect a heartbeat. Whatever it was he took is slowly but surely killing him. There's nothing we can do. Look at his face. It's ashen gray. It's only a matter of minutes now. Shall we wait in the anteroom? This ward isn't a very pleasant place.
As you wish.
As you can.
Thank you.
Tell me, if I'm not being too inquisitive, where on earth did you find him at this hour of the night?
It's a long story, Dr. Hammond, and it's just a little fantastic.
Nothing that happens in the Far East is fantastic, Kent. You get to know that after a while. Egypt particularly is honeycombed with strange people, members of secret societies and mysterious cults. They practice weird ceremonies, even to the extent of self-destruction.
That man in the ward is a member of a cult.
I thought as much. Well, he isn't anymore, I'm afraid. Death has come by now.
I'm afraid you're right, Doctor. I'm afraid you're right.
But even as Dr. Hammond, his voice hushed, uttered the pronouncement, a strange, chilling scene is taking place in the dimly lit hospital ward. The one-eyed Egyptian, a moment ago pale and motionless on the iron hospital cot, has lifted his head. Slowly, soundlessly, he rises to his feet and scans the room. And then, moving swiftly like some great cat, he passes from bed to bed, examining each medical chart. Suddenly, he stops short, and a knowing smile curls his lips. His voice is a faint, scarcely heard whisper as he says,
"Oh, you are Prince Seba."
Don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode of this exciting Superman story. It's the conclusion of the Far East adventure. So be sure to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman. Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky!
The bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Hello?
John, she's home.
Oh, fine, Daddy. How does she look?
Brown as a berry.
Has she seen the other children yet?
No, they're coming home tomorrow. My wife's had them up at Aunt Sophie's for a week.
Oh.
I'm really glad Snooks is home.
Oh, I'll bet you are, Daddy.
Well, as soon as I put her to bed, I'm going to read her camp report. I've been saving it till now.
Okay, Daddy. I hope she behaved while she was there.
Oh, there isn't a doubt in my mind, John. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
So long, Daddy. Well, baby Snooks is back. All right, Snooks. Get ready for bed. Take off that dirty old sweatshirt and put on your nightie.
This is my nightie, Daddy.
Nightie?
Yes.
It's positively grimy. You can't sleep in that.
Why?
Now listen to me, Snooks. This is your first night home, and we don't want to have any arguments, do we?
Uh-huh.
Well, we're not going to. You're going to behave like the good, sweet little girl you are, and you're going to take off that dirty nightgown.
One more night won't hurt, Daddy.
One more night?
I've been sleeping in it for 6 weeks.
Oh, Snooks, I refuse to believe that. Didn't they tell you had to change your nightclothes?
Mm-hmm.
Well?
Well, me and my tent mate changed with each other. Only her nightie was more beautiful and dirtier than mine. And she wore it all day, too.
Oh, this is preposterous. What kind of a cab did I send you to?
It was wonderful, Daddy.
Oh, well. Those people are going to hear from me tomorrow morning. Here. Put this clean nightie on.
Well, you turn around and I'll put it on.
All right, but hurry up. Never heard of such a thing in my life. The idea of letting a poor child sleep in filthy clothes. You finished, Snooks?
All finished.
Well, that's better. Now, doesn't it feel nice and sweet and clean?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Oh, where's that other thing? I'll throw it in the laundry.
What other thing?
The one you took off.
I didn't take it off. I'm wearing it underneath.
Oh, Snooks. Come on now, off with those clothes. Now, lift up your arms. Quickly, come on. There. Now put this back on.
Well, don't throw the other one away, Daddy.
I'm going to put it in the laundry basket.
Well, wait till I get the toad out of the pocket.
Toad? You haven't been sleeping with a toad.
Ain't I?
Good heavens, a live toad.
Ain't he pretty, Daddy?
No, he's disgusting. Look out, I'll scoop him up with this magazine.
Well, why don't you pick him up?
I should say not. You mustn't handle toads with your bare hands.
Why?
Well, they say if a toad cries on your fingers, you get warts then.
Make him cry on my fingers, Daddy.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
I want some warts.
Snooks?
I
Stop that. Let me get this reptile out of here. I got him. Oh. Hand me the shoebox, quick.
Here, Daddy. Make some holes for him so he can breathe.
I'll take care of him later. You go on to bed. It's way past taps.
Past what?
Taps.
What's that, Daddy?
Well, you're a fine camper. Didn't you have a bugler up there? One of the counselors?
Yeah. She was a beautiful redhead, Daddy. And all the fellas used to come around
That
and...
doesn't interest me a bit.
Why?
Because whatever your beautiful bugler did was her own business.
Then why did they fire her?
I don't know.
I know.
Well, that's beside the point. And don't know so much. I'm just trying to explain what taps is.
Well, what is it?
Well, what did that bugler play when you went to bed at night?
I think it was post office. But I heard them kissing in the back.
Oh, I mean, what did she play on the bugle?
I don't know.
She played taps like this. Da 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 da. That means lights out. Now here we go.
Now don't put the lights out, Daddy.
Why not?
I don't want to sleep in the dark.
Oh, nonsense. You know very well nothing can hurt you. When I put out the light, I leave an angel here.
No, put out the angel and leave a light.
Never been afraid to sleep in the dark before. You've always been satisfied when I told you there was an angel here.
Well, I'm tired of angels. I want something with skin on it.
That's blasphemy.
Well, I don't care. Get Red over here.
Red?
Yeah.
Red can't sleep here with you.
Why?
Because Red is a boy. And boys sleep with boys and girls sleep with girls.
Why?
Because that's convention.
I don't want a convention. I just want Red.
Well, you can't have it. Now, you go right to sleep. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy.
Yes?
What are you going to do?
I'm going downstairs to read your camp report. And I hope I find it satisfactory.
I hope so, too, Daddy.
Did you have any trouble up there?
Trouble?
Yes, trouble.
You mean like trouble?
You know what I mean.
Oh, no, Daddy. I didn't have no trouble.
Well, I'll read the report. You go to sleep while I look it over. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy.
Oh, what is it?
Tell me a story.
No stories tonight. It's too late.
Well, I'm lonesome and you didn't tell me nothing. You didn't even tell me about Robespierre and the twins.
They're all fine. They'll be home tomorrow with Mummy.
Where have they been?
They've been staying at Aunt Sophie's house. She got a new baby, you know.
Aunt Sophie?
Yes. You have a new girl cousin now.
Another girl?
Yes.
She promised me a boy cousin.
Well, she brought home a girl.
It's just like Aunt Sophie. She always changes her mind at the last minute.
Too bad. Good night.
Good night, Daddy. Daddy!
What do you want?
Where does our family get all those babies?
We buy them from the milkman.
We do not.
Why, sure we do. Didn't you ever see the sign on his milk truck? Family supplied?
I don't believe it.
I don't care.
Well, why don't you tell me where babies come from?
Oh, I've told you a million times. Babies come from heaven.
Red knows where he came from.
How do you know?
'Cause he told me.
Oh, that little ruffian.
Uh-huh.
I'll have him arrested. I don't want you to play with him anymore. Where did he tell you he came from?
From Chicago.
Oh. Well, don't play with him anyway. Now say your prayers and go to sleep.
All right, Daddy. Now I lay me down to sleep
And pray.
and pray the Lord my soul to keep.
If?
If
Go on, if.
he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Author's Playhouse. Presenting Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's deeply stirring account of France at war, Flight to Arras. Those days in June 1940 were fateful days for France. They were fateful days for the whole world. Knowing their doom, Frenchmen went to war to make a gesture. And yet, something may come of a gesture. And what it meant for one man is told by the brilliant author and airman Antoine de Saint-Exupéry as Author's Playhouse presents this tale of the spiritual significance of A Flight to Arras.
We ran into a patrol of them at 28,000. Controls frozen. What could you do?
Well, I've always said...
It's funny. They must have had at least 80 searchlights hunting for us.
It was like flying through a room full of pillars.
And then he tried to land. There's undercarriage half shot away. Guns jammed. Not a chance.
What do you say, Jean?
Oh, hello, Rene. Come sit down. I'll do some card tricks for you.
All right.
Here. Take a card.
Anyone?
Yes, anyone. Look at it. There. Now remember what it was and put it back in the deck.
All right.
Jack of hearts, Rene?
Oh, that's it. Do it once more.
Very well. Here. Three of clubs?
You're a marvel, Captain. How did you do it?
Well, first you shuffle the deck, and then when you spread them out, you...
Captain Jean and Lieutenant Rene, report to the Major.
Did you know it was our turn, Captain?
Ojeda flew this morning.
Oh, yes. I remember.
The fact that we had been sent for meant only one thing. We were ordered out on a sortie. We had reached the last days of May 1940, a time of full retreat, of full disaster. Crew after crew was being offered up as a sacrifice. It was as if you dashed glassfuls of water into a forest fire in the hope of putting it out. 50 reconnaissance crews were all we had for the whole French army. 50 crews of 3 men each. And out of that 50, 23 made up our particular unit. Now, after 3 weeks of fighting, 17 of those 23 had vanished. Our group had melted like a lump of wax. Statistics? Yes, these are statistics. They are the measure of our defeat and the defeat of our country. But they are also the measure of another thing. They show how France fought.
Afternoon, John. Hello, Rene. Sit down. Clerk, fetch me the weather reports. I suppose you know why I sent for you?
Sortie, I suppose.
Yes. Well, it's very awkward, I know. But the staff people want it done. They very much want it done. I argued with them, yes, but they want it done, and that's that.
Yes, of course.
Things being as they are, well, there's no use worrying about it.
No.
You'll probably not find it so difficult. Here's your course. They want a photography sortie at 3,300 feet, and then, here at Arras, a bit of reconnaissance at 2,000. Tank parks, you know. Arras is really the important thing.
Yes, I see.
If this sortie bothers you, Jean, if you don't feel up to it today, why, I can...
Oh, no, Major.
You've been having it quite steady these days, you know.
All of us have.
Yes, I suppose so. I just thought that if you...
No, Major.
Well, then, there's nothing more. Lieutenant Rene, you lay out your course and, well, perhaps you'd better get along and dress now. I want you off the ground at 5:30.
Very good, Major. See you this evening, then.
Yes, of course. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
This sortie has got on his nerves, too.
What do they take us for, sending us off on these low-altitude sorties? What's the use of it? By the time we get the information back, the troop columns will be somewhere else. The tanks, everything. The whole face of the land will have changed. What good is the information? What is the use of sending us out?
I don't know. I wish I did.
If it weren't so useless, so completely useless.
An awkward sortie, the Major said. In one which is not awkward, 1 plane out of 3 manages to return. Naturally, the ratio is not the same when a sortie is nasty. I go to my room and prepare to dress. Item by item, I piece together my flyings. Is my mind filled with spiritual thoughts of the war of the Nazis against civilization? Not at all. I think in terms of immediate details. I think of possible wounds, of going down in flames. I think of the absurdity of flying over German-held Arras at 2,000 feet, of the futility of the intelligence we are asked to bring back, of the interminable time it takes to dress in these clothes that remind me of men made ready for the executioner. And I think of my gloves. Where the devil are my gloves? You there. Have you seen my gloves? No, not those. Have a look in my bag.
Sorry, sir. Can't find them.
Oh, you fool. Why don't you keep check of those things?
Sorry.
Of course you're sorry. But that doesn't bring back my gloves. And orderly, have you got that pencil?
Pencil, sir?
Yes, pencil. I asked you to get me a pencil. I have been asking you for 10 minutes to get me a pencil. Haven't you got one?
Here it is, sir.
Here. Tie a string around it and then knot it around this button. Yes, what do you want?
Lieutenant Rene, sir. Gunner and I are ready.
Oh, I'll be out in a moment. Can't you tie that knot? Is it impossible for you to do a little thing like that?
There you are, sir.
Yeah. Well?
They're warming her up, Captain.
All right. Nothing keeping us. Let's go. Everything shipshape, Rene? Worked out your course?
Yes, Captain.
And you, Gunner? You seem to be looking rather cheerful.
I'm all ready, sir.
I wish once, just once, the General Staff would fly its own sortie. Sitting behind
Here
their
comes
desks.
Captain Vessin, sir.
Who? Oh, Vessin.
Hello, Jean. Sortie?
You might know.
It looks bad. Very bad. Very bad indeed. How are you going out?
By the town of Albert.
Oh, I thought so. I knew it. Bad business.
Now stop talking like a fool. What's up?
You'll never make it. You'll have to give up this sortie.
Give it up? Oh, that's fine. We'll give it up, just like that. Poof.
You'll never get through, I tell you.
And why shall I never get through?
I'll tell you why. There's 3 groups of German fighter planes circling permanently over Albert. One at 18,000 feet, another at 25,000, and a third at 33,000. They fly in relays and hang on until they're relieved. You fly straight into a German net.
In short, Captain, what you're trying to tell me is that the Germans have an air force, and that this sortie is not altogether advisable, eh? Isn't that it? Well, we know it here. Why don't you go and tell it to General Staff?
I'm just trying to warn you, that's all. You should know what you're getting into.
We do.
Well, good luck then, anyway.
Yes. Come on, you two. Let's push off. Funny about Vessin. It wouldn't have cost him anything to be a little more cheerful. Why couldn't he have merely said, oh, by the way, the Germans have a few fighters over Albert? It would have amounted to the same thing.
That's his way, I suppose.
Is she all set?
Ready to go, sir.
All right. File in, you two. Here, hand me another helmet. I told you 20 times that my own won't do. It's too tight.
But this is another helmet, sir. I sent back your old one.
Oh, sorry. Give me a boost, will you?
All right. Up you go.
Check your intercom. Can you hear me, Rene?
I hear you, Captain.
You, Gunner. Hear me?
Yes, sir. Clearly.
Rene, can you hear the gunner?
Clearly, Captain.
Gunner, can you hear Lieutenant Rene?
Yes, sir. Clearly.
What makes you stutter back there? What are you hesitating about?
Sorry, sir. I was looking for my pencil.
Gunner, have a look at your oxygen bottles. Air pressure normal?
Yes, sir. Normal.
In all 3 bottles?
All 3, sir.
All set, Rene?
All set, Captain.
Gunner?
All set, sir.
Let's go. Altitude 12,000. Airspeed 296. Compass 313 degrees. Check, check, check. It is strange, this union between plane and man. I sit here among a clutter of accessories. Oxygen tubes, heating connections, the speaking tubes that form the intercommunications between the crew. I have 103 instruments to watch, and I sit here depending upon them for my life. I am wedded to them for the present, as a man is wedded to a woman. I watch them anxiously, lovingly, eager to obey their least signal. And the mask through which I breathe, that too is strange. It attaches me to the plane by a rubber tube as indispensable as an umbilical cord. The plane is plugged to the circulation of my blood. It is part of my body. And the bullets which penetrate it seem to tear my own flesh. I checked the oxygen flow. We've been rising fast and are 22,000 feet already.
Oxygen all right, Renee? How do you feel?
First rate, Captain.
You, Gunner. How's your oxygen?
All right, sir.
Oh, Gunner, no good-sized town behind you in your cone of fire?
No, sir. All clear.
Check your guns. Go ahead, let fly. Work all right?
Works fine, sir.
All of them?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Airspeed 3.5. Compass 313. Check your dials, levers, guns, firing button. Regulate your oxygen flow. Check one end against another. Right rudder. Now try left. Good. The controls are not sluggish. I am beginning to feel a quiet glow of comfort, and it all comes to this. I am working at my trade now. At this moment, the war between the Nazis and civilization is reduced to the scale of my job. Checking these instruments, manipulating them, will bring victory or defeat. I think of nothing more than this now. And it is right to feel this way. For the sexton's love of God becomes a love of lighting candles. Each candlestick, blooming one after another, testifies to his love. And so the war for me.
Captain?
Yes?
Too much drift to port. A little kick to the right.
Right.
Oh, Captain.
Renee?
We're crossing our lines now. I've started my camera. What's your altitude?
3,300.
Hold it.
Off my course there. He was right. I was drifting too much to port. But I didn't want to. That's the strange thing. Consciously, I wished to stay on my course, but my body registered its disapproval of the idea. With the eye of my body, I could see the town of Albert far ahead, and I remember there are 3 levels of fighter planes over it. My body begins to remember every sudden crash of the past, every laceration and fracture it has suffered. It remembers flames and the long, cutting whips of tracer bullets. My body is afraid of blows, and it automatically shuns Albert. The moment I leave it to itself, it drifts to port. Every laceration and fracture it has suffered, it remembers flames and the long, cutting whips of tracer bullets. My body is afraid of blows, and it automatically shuns Albert. The moment I leave it to itself, it drifts to port. A strange thing, this body. I am one who believes that the spirit of man alone is important. Yet here is a body that dominates the spirit and makes it afraid. It is difficult to understand. I am beginning to wonder why I am here. What do I accomplish by risking my body in a thing like this? What use is there?
Captain! Captain!
Yes?
6 German fighters on the port bow.
Gunner?
Sir?
You hear the lieutenant? 6 ahead, port bow.
Yes, I heard.
Have they seen us, Renee?
Yes, backing toward us. 1,500 feet below.
Hear that, Gunner?
Yes?
How near are they?
About 6 seconds, Captain.
On our tail in a few seconds, Gunner. Gunner, they're crossing broadside. There.
Don't see them yet, sir. Yes, I do now.
I've lost them myself. Are they after us?
Yes.
Rising fast?
Fairly fast.
We're heading into the sun. May lose them that way. Hang on. Still after us, Gunner?
They're still coming.
We gaining at all?
Well, no. Perhaps.
Are we losing them, Gunner?
I believe so. Yes, we are, sir.
Renee?
Captain?
Nothing.
Anything the matter?
Nothing. I thought... No, nothing.
Captain?
Yes, Gunner?
I think we've lost them.
Sure?
Very sure. They're banking down.
Thank God. Thank God. Nothing. Just talking.
Well, we're alive anyway, Captain.
Yes. For the time being.
We are alive. Even for the time being, it is good. There is only a profound sense of gratitude inside me, something able to be expressed. A scene is suddenly brought back to me from boyhood. The present falls away from me like dirt from a washed body. I am a boy once again, alive with the blind wonder of being alive, and this memory rises up before me, fresh as the afternoon it happened. I stood in my father's fields, watching two hawks circling over a pigeon. The pigeon, all unaware of them, was flying toward its cote in our barn. And then the hawks dropped downward, and the pigeon sensed that death was upon him. He beat his wings in a desperate effort to reach the barn, and just made it. The hawks swooped low and then climbed upward into the sky again. I can remember that now, and it takes significance in my brain. Death is all about one, and there is no escape. And then, suddenly, a way is opened and life stretches out again like fields in the morning sun. It is something definitely to think about.
Captain, the camera work is nearly finished. Give me a few minutes more and we can make for Aras.
Say when.
Aras, the second half of our mission. Low-altitude reconnaissance. The pigeon escapes the hawk only to meet the charge from the shotgun. Well, since there is no escape, we may as well do our job as workmanlike as possible. Still, why should it be this way?
You may drop down now, Captain.
Very well. Going down, gunner.
Flying to Aras is like this. You have lost altitude over your own zone. Now you head north again and the earth spills out below you. The highways are swarming with refugees. Yesterday they were people of France, gathering their grain from the fields, breaking their dead in homes of peace. Today they are refugees, people without a nation. Somewhere in the north of France, a boot has scattered an anthill and the ants are fleeing. These are your people. And sitting here in the cockpit of your plane, you feel their pain rise up to you through the intervening space. It is a pain old as the heart of man. It does not stir you to anger as it should. It merely impresses you more than ever with the mark of defeat. Your nation is in flight below you. Your nation is defeated. Can personal victory help one bit? Can the success of your mission count for anything in all this defeat? Once, all this earth below you was yours. Now it is divided into your lines and theirs. Twilight has come at last, and all the plain is blue. It streams out below you with all the warm intimacy it had for you in other days. There are trees looking like hedges, and green fields. There are the barns with stored-up grain and the little houses with red-tiled roofs. Is it possible that there is a war? Everything is so peaceful, almost within reach. I can handle all the good things of the earth. There are the plum trees with their blossoms. There is the wet-smelling earth. There is the wet alfalfa moving under my wings.
174, Captain.
174.
Beginning to get a bit nasty, Captain.
Yes.
Better start zigzagging.
Right.
Up ahead lies Aras. It is burning, and at first it is merely a red plume against the background of night. Then it becomes a constant flame. Then it grows slowly, little by little, into a great block of flame licking at the sky.
Made it. Renee, how much more of this?
Stick it out 3 minutes, Captain. Looks bad, though.
Think we'll get through?
No, but stick it out.
This is Aras. 1,000 guns below cutting loose at you. Hundreds of thousands of phosphorescent bullets threading the air to you, like stalks of wheat, like rapidly flashing knitting needles, like seeds of wheat blown from the mouth of a thresher. They rise toward you, billow out, surround you in a network of golden wire. This is Arras. The fabric of your wings is shredding. Your gas tanks are pierced like sieves, the rubber coating alone saving. The body of your plane staggers under each blow, wrenches, seems about to burst.
Captain. Just one more.
This is Arras.
The clouds are low, Captain. You might try for them. It's all over now.
Yes, Rene. You all right?
Yes.
Gunner, you're not hurt.
Okay, sir.
We're in the cloud now. Rene, check our course.
Yes, sir. 240, please. We shan't be able to come down out of it for more than about 20 minutes. I'll pick out some landmark along the Seine then.
Good. How were things back there, Gunner?
Not too bad, sir.
Wasn't too hot for you?
No, I guess not, sir.
Still 240, Rene?
Yes, sir.
We are alive, all of us. Somehow we have come through the shadow when we had given up. Death had touched our bodies, and having escaped death, we knew that the body is merely a tool in man's service. Flames strip away flesh, bullets strip it away, but they strip away the worship of flesh, too. Man, in that instant, ceases to be concerned with himself. He recognizes of a sudden what he forms a part of. He does not lose himself then, he finds himself at last. For man is a knot, a web, a mesh into which relationships are tied. Only those relationships matter. The body is an old crock that nobody will miss. This is true, and I have learned it only because I have come back from Arras.
Captain.
Yes.
That'd make it 246.
246. Think we can come down now, Rene?
10 minutes more. Better wait the 10 minutes.
As you say. Rene?
Yes?
What will you do tonight, when we land?
I don't know. Have a good pipe, I suppose. Perhaps I shall challenge Lacordaire to a game of chess tonight.
Lacordaire is a good player.
Yes, but I shall beat him tonight. I know.
How about you, Gunner? How will you celebrate?
I think I shall eat 3 extra slices of ham. I'm frightfully hungry. Yes, and play the phonograph, too. How about you, Captain?
I shall have a pipe, too. Yes. And I shall go for a walk. You have no idea how much I wanted to feel solid earth under my boots today.
Yes, I know.
I want to walk through the village to the outskirts and listen to the crickets chirp. Cheerful things, crickets. Do you ever listen?
Captain, look. Down there. It's the Seine, do you see?
Yes. Yes, I see.
We're almost home again. Imagine. I never thought...
You never thought you would see it again, did you, Rene?
No, Captain, I didn't.
Nor did I. But we must not think any more about it. We're back. We're really back this time.
This day I have led Rene and my gunner beyond the bourne at which reasonable men would stop. We have seen France in flames. We have seen the sun shining on the sea. We have grown old in the upper altitudes, and we have played with the dust of enemy fighter planes. And after that we dropped earthward again and flung ourselves into the Holocaust. What we could offer up, we have sacrificed. And in that sacrifice we have learned more about ourselves and our country than we should have done if we had spent 10 years in a monastery. And we have learned this. There is no importance in the body. It is something to be burned and scourged and broken. It is something to be defeated and shamed. We know this now, and France knows it. For it is our bodies that are going down before the Nazis, our bodies alone, because the spirit of France shines as it always has. For we went to war knowing full well that it signified disaster. Did we refuse battle simply because it meant defeat? We knew what the end would be, but even so we fought. With us, spirit conquered intelligence. France played her part, and her part consisted in offering herself up to be crushed and seeing herself buried for a time in silence. But we know that someday this silence will be broken. Life always bursts the boundaries of formulas. Despite its ugliness, defeat will prove to be the only path to our resurrection. To create a tree, I must first condemn a seed to rot. After that, life gathers itself and thrusts its way upward despite all barriers. And I say this: we have planted the seed now. We have condemned it to rot by this our defeat. But through sacrifice, futile as it may seem, through the sacrifice of each plane, each crew member, each soldier, we will give the seed life. We will give it nourishment. Even in our defeat, we will do this. And one day the seed will flower, and the long silence will be broken, and France will speak to men again, this time in words of triumph.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Frederick March and Arnold Moss in an adaptation from one of the best pictures of the year, The Invaders, with a special musical score conducted by Al Goodman, produced by William A. Bacher.
This is Frederick March, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Today, we bring you a few scenes from a new picture, part of which was made in England, part in Canada, and part in this country. It's a story that might have taken place anywhere in the world today, where there is still a democratic way of life. Its message is so significant and so timely, its characters so vivid, its settings of such stark realism, that we forbore adding any production frills. We have made no attempt to make a complete story of it. We have taken just a few of the scenes from one sequence of the motion picture, strung them together, and the result, well, you shall see.
Late in the spring of 1941, a submarine crept into the Hudson Bay, torpedoed and sank an unarmed freighter, and attacked the inhabitants of a nearby trading post. The submarine itself was discovered and bombed, but 7 of the crew escaped, disguised themselves, and made a long trek southward into Canada, leaving a trail of blood and death behind them wherever they passed. Eventually, they arrived at a settlement of 114 Hutterites, mostly Germans who had come to Canada and settled to find peace and security and freedom of worship. The 7 were taken in and fed, offered a place to stay and work if they liked.
On behalf of my friends and myself, I have to thank you for your kindness in giving us food and shelter.
You are welcome. I hear you come from up north, in the woods, or down north, as we call it here.
Yes.
You just come out?
Last week.
Are you Germans? I ask, are you Germans?
Yes.
Are you ashamed of it?
Of course not.
Most of us are Germans. You may find some from the same part of the old country as yourselves. Come. Anna will make your beds. I will show you where to sleep.
That's what I call a busy girl.
That's nothing. I make 14 beds every night.
That's a lot of work.
You see, we have a lot of men who have no mothers and who aren't married yet. So somebody has to make their beds.
Where do you sleep?
In Peter's house.
In Peter's house?
But I don't make the bed for him.
For Peter. Why not?
Because he has a mother to look after him.
Haven't you a mother?
No. She was drowned.
Drowned?
Our ship was sunk.
Torpedoed?
I think so.
Well, don't you know? Was there a big explosion?
Shut up, Krugs. You and your questions. Don't answer, Anna. Run along now. Good night. Chins up.
Good night.
Nice quarters they've given us, huh? Very. May as well turn in.
Jawohl.
Do you think these people are friendly, Herr Leutnant?
Friendly? Yes, Vogel. But you saw how their leader tried to draw us out. Are you Germans? Are you ashamed of being Germans? That, in a country with which we are at war.
There can be only one answer to that. Our agents have done their work well.
Yes. This religion may be nothing but a cover.
I bet they sing the Horst Wessel song better than hymns.
We should see that tomorrow at this meeting they're going to have.
Heil Hitler. Heil Hitler.
Who knows? Perhaps one day the story of our adventures will all be written in a book. In a few years' time, it may be the basis of compulsory lectures to the Hitler youth.
Yeah. The ships we sank with women and children aboard. The lifeboats we shelled. We were good at that. We did to the Eskimos at the post. The unarmed men we shot in the back.
You forget, Vogel. We are at war. You can't expect to win without the methods of total warfare. Men, women, and children, they're all our enemies and must be treated as such. Did you never read what Bismarck said? Leave them only their eyes to weep with.
Leave them only their eyes to weep with. Did he say that?
Those were his actual words in the war of 1870. You should study Bismarck. He was a great German.
A great German.
You know, Vogel, I'm worried about you. You're a good fellow, but you don't discipline yourself. You give way to emotions. It'll land you in trouble one of these days. Why don't you take an example from Kranz, a fine soldierly fellow? You could be just as good a Nazi as he if you tried. Are you listening, Vogel?
Yes, Herr Leutnant.
Well, then think it over.
Yes, Herr Leutnant.
Turn out the light and go to bed.
Yes, Herr Leutnant. Sorry I'm late for the meeting, Peter. Is everybody here? There's an electric storm playing all around us, frightening the animals and chickens. Move over, Philip. How are you, Anna?
Andreas.
Huh?
One of our guests was speaking.
Oh, good.
As I was about to say, you have one clear choice. Where there's a question of blood, where one is governed by the deepest of racial instincts, then every other consideration is swept aside. There is a new wind blowing from the east. A great storm coming across the sea. A hurricane which will sweep aside all the old, outmoded ways of life and mark the beginning of a new order, not only for Europe, but for the whole world. Let those beware who would have the temerity to stand in its way. They will go down before its irresistible impulse and be crushed out of existence.
What are you talking about, friend?
I am talking of the greatest idea in history. The supremacy of the Nordic race, the German people. I am talking of the being whose name I am certain lives in every heart, whose name hangs on all of our lips, whether we can shout it to the world or only whisper it in one another's ears. Germans, brothers, I ask you to join with me in paying homage to our glorious Führer. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
We do not ask where you come from or what brought you here, although you have left us in no doubt as to your beliefs. Someone has given you, no doubt deliberately, a completely false impression of us. We are only one amongst many foreign settlements in Canada. There are thousands of them in this part of the world, and they have been founded, some of them recently, some 80 years ago, by people who left their homes in Europe because of famine, because of starvation, because of racial and political persecution, and some, like ourselves, because of their faith. Some came only to find new land, new boundaries, a new world. But all have found here in Canada the security, the peace and tolerance and understanding which in Europe it is your Führer's pride to have stamped out. You call us Germans. You call us brothers. Yes, most of us are Germans. Our names are German. Our tongue is German. Our old handwritten books are in German script. But we are not your brothers. Our Germany is dead. However hard this may be for some of us older people, it is a blessing for our children. Our children grow up against new backgrounds, new horizons, and they are free to run and to laugh without being forced into uniforms, without being forced to march up and down the streets singing battle songs. You talk about the new order in Europe. The new order where there will not be one corner, not a hole big enough for a mouse, where a decent man can breathe freely. You think we hate you, but we do not. It is against our faith to hate. We only hate the power of evil which is spreading over the world. You and your Hitlerism are like the microbes of some filthy disease, filled with a longing to multiply yourselves until you destroy everything healthy in the world. No, we are not your brothers.
What do you want?
I have come to tell you that you can make your own bed. I don't want to work for you.
That's all right, Anna. Run along now.
Be quiet, Vogel. You'd better go, girl.
You're Nazis, aren't you? Aren't you? We are not allowed to hate anybody. But I hate you. I believe you have escaped from an internment camp. I shall tell the police about you. You killed my father because he said your Führer was the Antichrist. You drowned my mother. I hate you. I hate you.
So you're going to tell the police about us, are you? Little girls should be seen and not heard.
That'll do, Kranz.
What's the matter with you?
That'll do.
Hogan!
Come along, Anna. I'll take you home.
Lieutenant, we can't let them go.
I'd like to see what you're going to do about it.
Hogan!
Yes, Herr Lieutenant?
Have you forgotten who you are?
No, Herr Lieutenant.
Let the girl go. Shut the door.
I'll take her home, Herr Lieutenant.
Engine room artificer Vogel. You're under arrest. You're accused of desertion and treachery to the Third Reich. In the absence of a properly constituted court, I assume authority as your superior officer and sentence you to death. The sentence will be carried out immediately. In the name of the Führer. Have you anything to say?
Yes, Herr Lieutenant. I should have liked to stay here. Being with these people has made me feel like it used to be at home. 7 years ago, before everything changed, I'd almost forgotten what it was like, living quiet, doing my real work. This life I live seems to have no sense to it anymore. Go on. Go on, Herr Lieutenant. You can kill me. You can go on and on killing people like me. But remember this, you and your kind. You cannot kill all the goodness in people. The kindness. The gentleness. The right to hold a prayer book in our hands when we die. The right to look on his face when we die. And be greeted as brother.
Thank you, Frederick March and Laird Krieger. And we thank God that the sun of democracy still shines in America today. The Nazis and Japs are trying to black out the world and destroy the rights of free men. Our fighting men have pledged their lives to preserve the American way of life. They need more planes, tanks, battleships, guns, and ammunition to defeat the Axis tyrants. It's up to all of us on the home front to support America's war efforts by investing our dimes and dollars in United States war bonds and stamps. We must fight, work, and save for victory. Join a payroll savings plan where you work. Invest at least 10% of your income, all that you can afford in war bonds and stamps, every week, every payday. Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours. The United States Treasury wishes to thank the artists who appeared on this program, Frederick March and Laird Cregar, and also this station for the use of its facilities. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the United States Treasury Department and suggesting that you check the radio column of your local newspaper and tune in the Treasury Star Parade.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hand, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our tank troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American Armed Forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, there may be a detachment of American commandos carrying through a raid on occupied France, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it and see if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp or a dime every other day. Remember that every dime is important because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So remember, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. On their way to the Belgian Congo to search for Prince Saber, sole heir to the title and riches of the Sheik of Mecca, Clark Kent and Lois Lane were forced to stop off at Khartoum in Egypt to put young Jimmy Olsen in a hospital. Jimmy, suffering from the effects of a poisoned thorn, is now on the road to recovery. But in the meantime, some strange things have turned up. To begin with, Kent and Lois believe that a patient in the hospital, an Arabian suffering from tropical fever, is the Prince Saber for whom they're searching. They also believe that a mysterious one-eyed man has been shadowing them and, in fact, made an attempt to put them out of the way. As our story continues, it's almost midnight. Kent and Lois have parted in the lobby of their hotel, and Lois has gone into her room, closing the door behind her. Groping in the darkness for the light switch, she is suddenly frozen stiff as a voice filters out of the pitch black. A voice that says,
"Do not move, Miss Lane, and do not cry out."
Who are you? What are you doing in my room?
My identity is unimportant. My presence is another matter. Now, don't reach for the light switch. We shall have to conduct all our business in the dark.
What sort of nonsense is this?
Sit down in a chair, Miss Lane.
Very well.
That's much better.
Well, now what?
I will come closer to you now. I am standing in front of you. Now I shall reveal myself to you, Miss Lane. I shall illuminate my face with a small flashlight. So, you recognize me?
You're the man in the dining room. The one who tried to poison us.
Say it, Miss Lane, the one-eyed man. I'm quite accustomed to it. Just to show you I'm not sensitive about it. Look at me. Look at me. That's right. You're fascinated by my ugliness, aren't you?
No.
Yes, you are. There's something frightening about it. Frightening and fascinating. That's perfect. Keep looking at me. You're getting drowsy, aren't you? You'd like to drop off to sleep. Drowsy. Drowsy. Sleep. Sleep.
No, please.
Sleep. 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 There, she's asleep. A perfect hypnosis. Now, Miss Lane, you are ready to do my bidding. You understand? You are ready to do my bidding. Is that clear? Answer me. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. To begin with, you and Mr. Kent are on your way to the Belgian Congo to search for Prince Seba. Is that not true?
Yes,
But what, Miss Lane?
Hospital. The hospital.
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Lane?
Prince Seba. The hospital.
Think hard, Miss Lane. What are you trying to say?
Prince Seba is in the hospital.
What hospital? What hospital, Miss Lane? Answer me.
Here, in cartoon.
You are not telling me the truth. You mustn't lie to me.
The truth. It's the truth.
How do you know?
I saw him today.
You saw Prince Seba in the Khartoum hospital. Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
What room is he in? Miss Lane, what room is Prince Seba in?
The ward. Ward A.
You have been very helpful, Miss Lane. You see, I have no desire to harm either you or Mr. Kent. My concern is only with Prince Seba. If what you have just told me is the truth, I will no longer bother you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, I must leave. You will have no recollection of this little episode. When you awaken, it will be as though from a deep sleep. It is now 10 minutes after midnight. The bell on the Khartoum mission will ring at 1 o'clock. It will awaken you. Good night, Miss Lane. Good night.
Leaving the hotel, the mysterious one-eyed Egyptian walks rapidly up the deserted street, a strange, vindictive smile playing about his thick lips. Lengthening his stride, he turns the corner, but as he does so, a familiar figure steps out of the shadowed darkness of the doorway. Just a moment. I'd like to talk with you.
I beg your pardon.
Don't bother begging my pardon. You remember me, don't you?
I am sorry. The street is dark. I cannot see you.
My name is Kent. Clark Kent. Does that mean anything to you?
I do not recall the name. Have we met before?
Yes, under rather strange circumstances. You tried to poison me.
You are joking.
No, I'm not joking. You sent some drinks to my table tonight.
Oh, yes, of course. You are the American with the young woman.
Oh, you remember now, eh?
Yes, naturally. I trust you enjoyed the cordial.
Look, my friend, you're not pulling any wool over my eyes. Those drinks were poisoned, loaded with cyanide of potassium.
I do not understand.
You understand perfectly. Now, who hired you to get rid of Miss Lane and myself? You belong to the Black Narcissus cult?
The Black Narcissus cult? I do not quite comprehend.
Listen to me. I have neither the time nor the inclination to bandy words with you. Now, I may look harmless, but you'll discover differently unless this nonsense stops. Neither you nor any other member of your sneaking, murdering cult can stop me from doing exactly as I wish to do.
But, Mr. Kent, these accusations, they are uncalled for.
Your little act doesn't impress me, my friend. I've met smooth talkers like you before. They're all cut in the same pattern. As a matter of fact, I think I should deliver reporting you to the local authorities. You're a dangerous person to be allowed to roam around loose.
Now you are talking like a fool. What do you expect to prove?
That you're a would-be murderer. She made an attempt on my life and the life of Miss Lane.
This is all very amusing.
Well, it won't be so amusing by the time I'm through with you. Come on.
Please take your hand off my arm.
Sorry, but you're a slippery article, and now that I've got you, I'll hold on to you.
I said, please take your hand off my arm.
And I said no. Come on.
One moment. I should like to show you my identification. Perhaps once you know who I am, your opinion of me will change.
What do you mean?
If you will release my arm, I will show you.
All right. But remember one thing. I don't trick easily. If you're thinking of pulling a gun or a knife out of your pocket, forget it. They don't bother me either.
I have no intention of using a gun or a knife. What I wish to show you is this.
What is it?
A tiny capsule containing a dose of poison 10 times as powerful as the cyanide used in your drinks.
Oh, then you admit poisoning those drinks.
You are very clever, Mr. Kent. Yes, I admit it. But I prepared myself for an emergency like this. I knew that someday I would be caught. Good fortune cannot last forever. But I vowed never to be caught alive. So therefore, I swallowed this deadly capsule.
No, wait.
Too late, Mr. Kent.
This is just a trick to avoid arrest.
You are quite right. It is a trick, but a very costly one. I am paying for it with my life. It will only take a moment or two until the capsule dissolves. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
I've had enough of this play acting. It's all very interesting.
Wait, it's beginning to work.
You're putting on a beautiful performance, but it's wasted on...
Please believe me, this is the end.
Caught him just in time. Fainted. Oh, wait. His hands are ice cold. I can't feel any heartbeat. This on the level? I can't believe it. Gotta get him to the hospital in a hurry. I'll have to do it as Superman. Up, and away! This is probably a silly question, Dr. Hammond, but do you think there's any hope for him?
I'm afraid not, Kent. He's scarcely breathing, and I can barely detect a heartbeat. Whatever it was he took is slowly but surely killing him. There's nothing we can do. Look at his face. It's ashen gray. It's only a matter of minutes now. Shall we wait in the anteroom? This ward isn't a very pleasant place.
As you wish.
As you can.
Thank you.
Tell me, if I'm not being too inquisitive, where on earth did you find him at this hour of the night?
It's a long story, Dr. Hammond, and it's just a little fantastic.
Nothing that happens in the Far East is fantastic, Kent. You get to know that after a while. Egypt particularly is honeycombed with strange people, members of secret societies and mysterious cults. They practice weird ceremonies, even to the extent of self-destruction.
That man in the ward is a member of a cult.
I thought as much. Well, he isn't anymore, I'm afraid. Death has come by now.
I'm afraid you're right, Doctor. I'm afraid you're right.
But even as Dr. Hammond, his voice hushed, uttered the pronouncement, a strange, chilling scene is taking place in the dimly lit hospital ward. The one-eyed Egyptian, a moment ago pale and motionless on the iron hospital cot, has lifted his head. Slowly, soundlessly, he rises to his feet and scans the room. And then, moving swiftly like some great cat, he passes from bed to bed, examining each medical chart. Suddenly, he stops short, and a knowing smile curls his lips. His voice is a faint, scarcely heard whisper as he says, "Oh, you are Prince Seba." Don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode of this exciting Superman story. It's the conclusion of the Far East adventure. So be sure to listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman. Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there is one big important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So remember, talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! The bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Oh, Silver! Away!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver!
In the thick gloom of a starless night, the hoarse but plaintive sound of a locomotive whistle seemed almost human. As it echoed through chaparral and canyon walls, it was like the rumbling cry of a giant whose great fingers had clawed twin scars of steel across the plains of the Southwest. But even before it died away, the steel scars began to hum and pulse with life, and a moment later they were smothered under a monstrous roar of pounding drivers and escaping steam. In the engine cab, a man whose hand rested on the throttle turned to the fireman beside him.
That's enough, Bill. You wait here on the siding. Let number 29 through.
Is she on time?
Should be.
I can use a little rest. That Telegraph Hill's a long pull.
Yeah, it's a long... here comes 29.
Really highballing, ain't she?
Only pulling 3 cars, and it's downgrade all the way to Beekman.
I wish we had that run.
I wish we had anything but the express car we're pulling.
Well, it's better than freight.
There's 10,000 gold back there in that car. I'll have a heap more peace of mind when we pull into Cold Springs with it.
Well, that ain't our worry. Come on, let her out. Let's get back in the main line.
Yeah, I'll give it...
Keep your hands off that throttle and heist them, both of you.
What the...
Hold up.
That's the right answer, stranger. Just keep them hands in the air and we won't have no trouble. Kip.
Yeah?
Like as not, the gold's back in the express car. Go grab it.
Sure.
I'll take care of these Jaspers. You get the gold.
Right away.
You won't get away with this. The railroad company will have the law on your trail before morning.
The railroad company... That's a good one.
And there's armed guards in the express car.
You hear that? That means there was guards in the express car.
Well, if you think you can...
Better go easy with that wood unless you want to taste some
You
lead.
can't...
Why, you turkey...
I warned you, gents, but you wouldn't listen.
The following morning, John Peterson, Division Superintendent of the Southwestern Railroad, entered his office. It was in a small building in Cold Springs. Bart Keegan, the chief dispatcher, was waiting for him.
Morning, Bart. What's the matter with you?
Bad news.
What is it?
This came in from Beekman Junction a little after midnight last night.
Telegram, huh? Let me see it. Number 18 held up and robbed 1 mile west of here. Engineer and fireman murdered. Gold shipment lost. What are your orders? Number 18. Engineer, fireman. I can't believe it.
It's true, John. I telegraphed back to the operator at the junction.
This is terrible. There was 10,000 in gold on that train.
I know it.
The third holdup in 2 months. 2 more lives lost. We've got to stop it some way.
What orders shall I send to the junction? The train is still on a siding down there.
Tell them we'll send a crew down to bring it in.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to send a telegram to the governor of the state.
Governor? What do you mean about these holdups?
Evidently, it's too big a job for the sheriff here in Cold Springs. Something's got to be done.
Sure. But what can the governor do?
Send a United States Marshal down here.
Yeah, that's right. Shall I send the telegram?
Right away.
Right.
No, wait a minute. I have a better idea. The Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger? Who's he?
The only man who can handle a situation like this.
Hey, come to think of it, I have heard of that hombre. How do we get hold of him?
Well, that's the trouble. I don't know.
Then I'd better send for the marshal.
No, wait. There must be some way to get a message to him.
What does he look like?
He's tall, wears a mask, rides a white horse. There's an Indian who travels with him.
Yeah. Now I remember.
If there's anyone who can help us stop these holdups, he can do it. Wait here for me, Keegan.
Where are you going?
To send a message to the Lone Ranger.
During the next 3 days, John Peterson spent all of his time riding the range country around Cold Springs. He talked to cowboys, track workers, mule skinners, miners, and Indians. It was the only way he knew to get a message to the masked man of the plains.
Oh, steady, boy, steady. You seen the Lone Ranger?
No, not for 2-3 months.
Well, if you see him, tell him to get in touch with me. My name's Peterson, John Peterson. Southwestern Railroad in Cold Springs. The Lone Ranger. Do you know where he is?
Haven't seen him.
I'm trying to reach him. My name's John Peterson.
Yeah, I saw the masked man about a month ago.
Where?
Over on the western slope. He was heading this way.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. The Lone Ranger. Do you know where he is?
Him south. Other side of pass.
Are you traveling that way? Tell him to come to Cold Springs as soon as he can. My name's John Peterson.
Finally, the widespread message of John Peterson reached the man to whom it was sent. In a camp many miles south of Cold Springs, Tonto had just finished reading a smoke signal that came from a distant peak.
What is it, Tonto?
Kiowa Indians send you message from white man.
Who?
Him not say. Him say it man who keep Iron Horse in Cold Springs. Him want you come there plenty fast.
The only railroad man I know in Cold Springs is John Peterson. He must be the one.
Here, Silver.
We go Cold Springs?
Easy, big fella. Yes, just as fast as we can ride. How far is it?
1 day, maybe 2.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
was late afternoon of the second day after he had received Peterson's message that the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode up in front of the railroad office.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Steady, big fella. Now, wait here for me, Tonto.
Howdy, Lone Ranger.
We's masked.
I got your message, Mr. Peterson.
I've been praying that you would.
What's the trouble?
Oh, excuse me. This is Bart Keegan, my train dispatcher.
Glad to know you.
Thanks.
I sent for you because I need help. Your kind of help. We've had 3 holdups in the last 2 months. At least 5 men have been killed.
I haven't heard about them.
No, I've tried to keep it as quiet as possible. But the company can't pay any more gold losses or they'll go broke. Not to mention the loss of life.
Where do these holdups occur?
Generally on a siding just this side of Beekman Junction. It's the only piece of double track we have in the division.
Why should it happen at that particular spot?
Because the express car loads the gold at Beekman, and they have to wait on the siding for number 29 to go through.
And the men who hold it up must know for sure which train is carrying gold.
They do. They get exact information some way.
Who knows about it besides you?
No one but Keegan and the sheriff here in town.
Why do you tell the sheriff?
Well, he furnishes guards for the express car.
I see. When is the next shipment of gold scheduled to come through?
None coming this way for another month. I'm sending the mining company's payroll down to Beekman tonight.
Good. Can you arrange for me to ride that train?
Of course. Will you be one of the guards in the express car?
No, I'd rather ride in the cab with the engineer, if you have no objection.
I'll give the orders at once.
Fine. I'll ride this train to Beekman tonight and come back in the morning. What time does it leave?
Midnight. Don't you want to meet the sheriff?
No, thanks. I'd rather work alone. I'll see you both in the morning.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, but wait. Don't you want to find out? Strange. He doesn't seem to want any more information.
If you ask me, I think you've told him too much already. Nobody knows who he is. He wears a mask. How do you know he can be trusted?
That's my business, Keegan. All I want you to do is give orders at the roundhouse that the masked man will ride the cab of number 29 tonight.
I'll take care of it.
And don't forget to hold 18 at Beekman until this train gets through.
I'm not likely to forget anything as important as that.
After the Lone Ranger left the railroad office, he stopped and spoke to Tonto.
Tonto. I'm going to ride a midnight train to Beekman Junction. That's about 20 miles east of here.
Me ride Iron Horse, too?
No, I want you to take Silver and Scout and ride to the junction now. Wait for me there. If anything happens, we may need the horses.
Tonto savvy.
Go with Tonto, Silver. I'll meet you later.
Come, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
Keeping well within the shadows and back streets of the little western town, the Lone Ranger's next stop was at the sheriff's office.
Mask, who are you?
A friend of John Peterson's.
Railroad?
That's right. And I just wanted to tell you, Sheriff, that I'm riding that payroll train that leaves for Beekman at midnight.
I don't know who you are, but if Peterson wants you on the train, it's no business of mine.
Your men will be in the express car, won't they?
2 of them. Might even make the run myself.
Good. Then we understand each other?
Why, sure.
Good night, Sheriff. I'll see you on number 18.
A short time later, the masked man walked past the railway roundhouse and approached a short siding where a locomotive, a tender, and 2 express cars were waiting. He noticed a sudden change in the wind, and just as he swung up the engine cab's iron steps, large drops of rain began to fall. It seemed as though even the weather was conspiring to make this the most eventful run in number 18 short history.
Hello.
Hello. You kind of scared me.
No reason to be frightened. I'm riding down to Beekman with you.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Mr. Keegan told me there'd be a fellow show up wearing a mask. I guess you must be him.
Now, just who did tell you that? Mr. Peterson or Mr. Keegan?
Well, both of them. Keegan said the message was from Peterson.
I see. You're the engineer. Your name must be Red.
That's right. But it doesn't look like we're going to roll out of here on time.
What's wrong?
My fireman took sick on me real sudden like. Got to wait till I find somebody to toss fuel.
That's a search. It's over quickly. I'll handle it.
You?
Well, why not? Let her roll, Red. Let's head for Beekman.
Sure thing.
Is this much of a run?
Pretty tough on a bad night like this one. I'll need a lot of steam.
You're going to get it.
The
The red glow of leaping flames from the firebox etched out the rippling lines of power in the Lone Ranger's sleek-muscled frame as he tossed in fuel. At the boiler head, Red, the engineer, watched the steam gauge creep upward. The locomotive seemed to leap forward as though it were made of flesh and blood. A shower of hot sparks flew from its stack and were instantly extinguished by the rain. On and on the iron monster raced through the night with ever-increasing speed. Suddenly there was a clatter of firewood under the grating, and although the masked man turned quickly, he wasn't quick enough. Two grim-eyed men were facing him with drawn guns.
Reach and make it fast.
I have to keep my hands on it.
Shut up. Maybe this will keep you quiet. Oh.
How about the one with the mask?
He gets special treatment, and he gets it right now.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger faced the guns of the outlaws in the swaying cab of the locomotive, he realized the hopelessness of his position. It flashed through his mind that these men must have been hiding in the tender all the way from Cold Springs, waiting for a moment to strike. He leaped away from the boiler head and his right hand streaked for his holstered gun.
Watch out, he's gonna... No, he's not.
That's what you think.
Oh, my arm. He plugged me in the arm. I've got him. Help me, Kip. Wait till I get my gun.
That did it. I just laid that barrel alongside his skull in time. He almost had me pushed into that firebox.
He's a wildcat. That's what he is.
Yeah. Say, how do we slow this calliope down?
That's the throttle. Over there.
Well, you tackle it. I'm scared of these things.
There's nothing to it. You just push this lever forward.
No. Not too much. You don't want them guards in the express car to get wise. There, that's enough.
Yeah. Now we'll take care of this varmint with the mask.
Well, why not give him some lead, like the redhead?
No. Boss gave me a different idea.
What do you mean?
Well, the trouble is, there's no rope around here to do it with.
To do what with?
We're going to take this hombre and tie him on the front end of this steam wagon.
Tie him on the front end of the steam wagon? Oh, what good will that do?
A lot. That is, if the boss remembers his part of the scheme.
Say, I don't get it.
All right, listen. We tie our friend here onto the front end of this engine.
Yeah?
The boss has juggled some dispatcher's orders back in Cold Springs. And instead of number 18 that's heading west, waiting on the siding for us to go through...
Why, it's on the main line right now, coming this way.
Now you got it.
Say, how about us? We're not going to stay with this contraption when she smashes.
No, we'll jump clear as soon as we see number 18's headlight. Now, come on now. It's up to us to tie this critter and get him up in front.
Yeah, but Kip, what are we going to use for rope?
Well, I don't know, but we'll...
Hey, what's the matter with this?
Huh?
Strips of rawhide from my gun belt.
Good enough. Tie a strip to each wrist. We'll lug him out in front. There. That ought to hold him to some of the bars on the front of this thing.
Yeah, but wait, how are we going to get him out there? This chariot's moving. Don't forget that.
Yeah? Carry him.
But how?
Oh, come on. If you can stay on the back of a bronc, you ought to be able to walk out on this thing.
All right. Now you grab his shoulders.
Yeah.
I'll lug the rest.
Carrying their unconscious burden between them, the two outlaws crept out on the catwalk of the moving locomotive. There, in the face of wind and rain, they lashed the masked man to the iron supports that braced the huge headlight. Then, as the train reached a slight upgrade, they leaped to safety on a sloping embankment. A few moments later, the Lone Ranger regained consciousness to feel the hard rush of wind and rain in his face. Pain punished him. There was sharp agony in his arms and wrists. With a haunting sense of dread, he realized he was lashed in a position that meant certain death. And his ears caught an even more ominous sound, the mournful howl of a train whistle coming in the opposite direction. In a fraction of a second, he reasoned the full, diabolic plan of the outlaws. They had altered the dispatcher's orders to the train coming west. Instead of waiting at Beekman Junction, it was ahead of time. The two trains would crash head-on. Faster and faster, the pounding drivers drummed their pulsing rhythm through the rails, each second bringing the Lone Ranger nearer to death. He tugged frantically at the thongs which bound his wrists. Then suddenly he felt them give. It gave him new hope in the answer to the outlaw's mistake. They had tied him with rawhide, and rawhide stretches when it's wet. He struggled with all his might. The oncoming train was nearer now. Abruptly and with a suddenness that almost threw him forward to the rails, his wrist came free. With hardly a glance at the locomotive, which was now almost above him, the masked man leaped into space. Even before he hit the ground, he was almost deafened by the tremendous crash as two locomotives met head-on. Because of the force of his fall, the Lone Ranger again lost consciousness. He didn't hear the shouts of the outlaw gang as they took the gold from the wrecked express car.
This is it, boys. Split wide open. Grab it. Where do we head for? The hideout. Get to your horses.
Nor was he conscious of the fact that his faithful Indian friend Tonto had seen and heard the wreck. His first realization as he opened his eyes was that the rainstorm had ceased and there were stars in the sky. He knew that his head was pillowed on a blanket, and he heard a familiar voice.
You feel better, Kemosabe?
Yes, Tonto. Where am I?
You by trail of Iron Horse. Heap big wreck throw you here.
Oh, yes. I remember now. The outlaws. Where did they go?
You rest, Kemosabe. Rest. Then we trail crook.
The plotters, certain the Lone Ranger was dead, had made no effort to conceal their trail. It therefore was a simple matter for Tonto to follow the tracks even after darkness. When the trail led into a woods that moonlight didn't penetrate, the Indian dismounted and went ahead by feeling the depressions in the ground where men's boots had sunk. Presently he saw a cabin from which shone candlelight.
Easy, big fella. We'll leave Scout and Silver here and go the rest of the way on foot.
That good.
Seems to be a lot of horses near that shack.
That right. Plenty fella there.
Yeah, I thought there was a good-sized gang. Stay there, Silver.
You not know who boss the gang?
No, Tonto.
Boss fella not on train?
No, he wasn't on the train. I hope he's in the cabin.
Window on this side of cabin. Open.
Good. We can hear what's said. Quietly now.
All right, now quiet down. Will you stop your...
Quiet down. Stop your grumbling.
I told you you'd get your cut of the toll, but you got away.
Listen to me, boys. There's no use getting too anxious. If the split was made now, the boss could turn every one of us over to the law. Remember, he knows who we are.
And we can't do a thing against him. He'd have all of our necks stretched if we double-crossed him. Now, he'll split with us when it's safe to do so.
How soon do you think that'll be?
Well, just as soon as he's inspected the wreck and found that the Lone Ranger's done for. He's got to be sure he's in the clear, though. Don't you savvy that?
Sure.
Now, he's playing his cards mighty careful. He don't even meet us if it isn't necessary. And when he wants to tell us something, he just sends a note without even signing his name. We can count on the boss because he can't do without us. Don't you see?
Now sit tight and don't worry. Say, who wants to play some poker?
Tonto, the boss isn't here.
We get these fellas?
No. Come on, back to the horses. We'll talk there. Easy, fella. Mount up, Tonto. We got a ride. Kemosabe, we leave this crook? If we try to capture that gang, we'd have to fight a dozen men. And even then, we wouldn't get the boss. The boss is the one we want.
How we get him?
We've got to make him convict himself. We've got to get proof against him. Otto, he said the boss had to inspect the wreck.
Me hear him.
That means the boss is one of 3 men.
One of 3?
The only men who would have any reason to inspect that wreck are the sheriff and the 2 men in the office of the railroad. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Lights burned in the office of the railroad. The sheriff sat with John Peterson, the superintendent, and Keegan, the dispatcher.
I'll get to the bottom of these robberies if it's the last thing I do.
We sure hope you do, don't we, Peterson?
Yes. Have you any clues at all, Sheriff?
No, but...
Keep your hands on the table.
Put down those guns.
I will. They'll come out fast if I need them.
What do you want?
It's all right, Keegan.
He's mad.
Sheriff, he's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
There's a murderer in this room.
What?
You'd better be able to prove that.
Yes, I know.
Have you any proof?
I'll do the talking, Peterson. Give the sheriff a piece of writing paper and a pencil.
Writing paper? Pencil?
Keegan, have you some paper?
Yes, of course.
Get ready to write what I say. You too, Peterson. I don't think the murderer will be willing to write what I want.
I don't like that line of talk. You sound like you're accusing me.
So you won't write?
Who says I won't?
It's hardly necessary for me. I sent for you.
Don't you care to write, Peterson?
Of course I will.
What do you want written?
Put down these words. You ready?
Yes,
of course.
Meet me at midnight. It is very important.
That's down. Is that all?
Yes, write this too. Be careful of a trap. Pay no attention to any other notes. Bring the gang. That's all.
What's the idea of this?
I'll take those notes. Hand them to me.
What's the point in that?
I'll tell you the point. I'm going to copy the handwriting on each of these. On your note, Sheriff, I'll copy your writing, and I'll add the place of the meeting. I'll call the meeting for Twin Pines.
I don't see any sense in that.
I'll copy Peterson's writing and make the place of meeting Red Rock. I'll put Cedar Falls on Keegan's note and Keegan's writing. All 3 notes will go to the gang that robbed the trains.
I get it.
Only one of these notes will be in the handwriting of the boss of the gang. That note will be considered genuine. The others will be ignored.
Beyond me.
You 3 will stay here and keep an eye on each other while I see to which of the 3 places the gang goes. Then we'll know the boss.
That's a great idea.
Now, see here, it seems to me
scheme. It's too slick.
Too slick?
Get your hands up.
Keegan.
You too, Sheriff, and you, Peterson.
Keegan, put on that gun.
Think I'm crazy? Get over there now, all 3 of you. I'll shoot to kill at the first sign of a sudden move.
Great guns. Keegan is the one.
You shut up.
Why, you ornery murdering buzzard?
I thought it was either you or Peterson. Someone in this office, Keegan, had to send the trains to smash into each other. I didn't think you'd tip your hand this fast.
No, I'll bet you didn't. You thought I'd stay here while you trapped me. But I don't wait to be trapped. I act first. Peterson, take that hunk of rope and tie the masked man. Then do the same with the sheriff.
I won't.
Do what I say, the next shot will be in your hide.
Wait. Keegan, I didn't think we'd get the truth as soon as we did. But we have it. You've convicted yourself.
And go for a gun and see how fast my shooting iron spits lead.
I don't need to take a chance.
Oh, no? Why not?
Great work.
Knocked him sprawling.
Come on, Tonto. Good shooting.
You ready to shoot at signal?
I never would have suspected Keegan. Right under my nose all the time.
The rest of the gang is playing cards in the shack in Gorman's Wood.
I know the place. I'll get a posse and round them up.
You won't need us for that.
I'm hanged if I ever saw a showdown come as sudden as this.
I wanted a sudden showdown. That's why I was so anxious to have the Lone Ranger here. But wait, don't go.
He won't wait for thanks.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Frederick March, a flock of Americans, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Miss Florence Eldridge, speaking for the women of America.
I speak for the women of America, the women who marched shoulder to shoulder with their men, fought silent battles, with no banners flying and no music of bugles ringing across the field. Women who left soft homes to face the empty prairie and the unseen death through mountain passes, fought valiantly against the treacherous onslaught of disease. I speak for the frail women who will not yield to weakness, and the strong women who will not yield to grief, for those whose sons lie quiet beneath the earth they fought to free, and they whose sons and husbands march now to other shores to save this shore, this precious shore, America.
Lena, turn off the radio. Did you call Antoine for an appointment?
Antoine won't be able to do your hair, Mrs. Andrews. He enlisted.
Enlisted? Why couldn't he wait to be drafted? Well, get me one of the other men.
There are no other men. They've been drafted.
No woman's ever been able to set my hair well. This awful war. We'll have to be doing our own hair and nails and maybe our own housework if this keeps on. Thank God you're not leaving, Christina.
But I am leaving, Mrs. Andrews.
What?
You don't need a companion in times like these. I'm going into a factory that makes parachutes.
They won't take you, Christina. They want young people. 45's too old.
No woman is too old to serve. I ought to know. My great-grandmother was 40 when her second daughter was born in a covered wagon rolling over Kansas.
Oh, Hester. Hester.
Yes, Mother, dear.
My time's here. Hester.
I'll call Father and tell him to stop the wagon.
No, Hester. The wagon mustn't stop. The other wagons would stop, too. We must reach the river before it gets dark.
Mother, you might die on this rough road like Mrs. Willie.
Oh, women don't die of pain, Hester. Hand me that piece of homespun.
Yes.
Twist it. When the pains come, I'll bite on it. Your father will not hear me cry.
I wish I were as brave as you, Mother.
Oh, women are always brave, Hester. They've always been the staff of men's lives. Fought in the shadow of men's battles. Oh! Hester!
Yes.
Tap my shoulder. Remember the tales of your great aunt, Molly Pitcher?
I remember. When her husband fell beside his cannon, she fired. Mother taught me the song about her. Molly Pitcher, she stood by her gun and ran the charges home. Because on my mouth's bloody field, a sergeant did
come.
Hester! Yes.
Where's the homespun?
My grandmother was named Hope. She grew to the sound of wagons rolling westward, northward, southward. 16,000 wagons along one turnpike in Pennsylvania. 16,000 women bearing children as Hope was born, behind weary, plodding oxen or in rough cabins. My grandmother learned to tan skins, cut and stitch them into shirts and trousers, mitts and moccasins, how to pack down the dirt for cabin floors, hoe the garden, make kettles of soap, capture straying cattle, fight pests. She learned not to shrink at the sound of arrows pinging against cabin walls in the silent night. But she learned more than this. What more? What more? Beyond the blood and sweat, tears of women, hands hard and crooked from unceasing labor, tired backs, bodies worn and bent from childbearing. There was that for which America stood, the great, young, unformed, strong America. Cradle of freedom rocking between two oceans. Listen to that cradle rock. Out of that cradle, endlessly rocking, rocked by the strong hand, the tender hand of women, rose the boys, men, sons, lovers, generations of free men from the givers of freedom, the women of America. Yes, there was freedom, but not for all. Not for all. There were ships coming from a dark continent, Africa. Ships laden with men and women brought to a free country to be slaves.
Men and women bought and sold like chattel.
Men caught, shot, or imprisoned.
Men flogged for escaping to freedom.
Men beaten for freeing other men.
Slavery, slavery, slavery.
Until a woman wrote a book.
A book? What book?
A book to make slaves free. Men put down their hoe and scythe to read it. Women laid down their needles and thread to read it. Children stopped their play to read it. My grandmother Hope read it. Lincoln read it.
Abraham Lincoln read Uncle Tom's Cabin. Abraham Lincoln said the slave must be free.
But this will be civil war. Brother against brother. Father against son. War makes widows and orphans and leaves women childless.
He didn't want war. He didn't want bloodshed. But the voices would not let him be.
A woman with sons wrote that book, Mr. Lincoln. But she had to write it. A woman whose children may be fatherless if we go to war, Mr. Lincoln. But she had to write it.
Your mother was a pioneer woman, Abe Lincoln. She was like all mothers, strong, patient, enduring. She knew what it meant to slave and sweat and die for freedom. She taught you to love freedom.
And to hate bloodshed.
And Anne Rutledge, your young first love, Abe Lincoln. Listen to her, Abe. Listen to the words on her tombstone.
With malice toward none, with charity toward all. Out of me, forgiveness of millions toward millions, and the beneficent face of a nation, shining with justice and truth.
Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel.
Who weeps? I have heard so many women weep, yet all were brave. Only women can weep and still be brave as men.
I am Mrs. Bixby, Mr. Lincoln.
Yes, I remember I sent you a letter. You're the mother of 5 sons who died gloriously on the field of battle. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to have laid so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom.
They might have been saved, Mr. Lincoln. One son might have been saved, or 2 or 3.
How, Clara Barton? We did our best. The government did its best.
I nursed soldiers at Gettysburg, Mr. Lincoln. They died in my arms because there were no anesthetics, no supplies, no food. If men must fight for freedom, women must have weapons to fight the pestilence and famine and maiming and death. And so Clara Barton formed the American Red Cross, fighting all sorts of wars. Man's wars, nature's wars.
Earthquake in San Francisco, thousands killed.
And always the Red Cross supplies came through.
London guns down, thousands made homeless.
And always the Red Cross nurses were there to aid.
Forest fire in Michigan, yellow fever in Florida, tornado in Kansas.
And always the Red Cross ambulances brought doctors to save those who might have died. another kind of war. I was a bride, sailing with my husband Jim on the Lusitania to visit his home in England.
Lusitania sent! It's war! War! Wilson said he'd keep us out of war if we elected him a second time.
But we must fight for democracy and the freedom of the sea.
I lost my husband on the Lusitania, Mrs. Andrews. Nobody ever took Jim's place. Other women's husbands and sons and brothers went off to fight in France. Mary Pickford sold Liberty bonds on the steps of the Treasury building. Elsie Janis sang for the soldiers over there. And Susan Anthony brought us the right to vote, the right to make laws with our men, and the right to fight for them to keep this country free. As free as my great-grandmother and grandmother and mother dreamed it would be years ago. With Valley Forge, Gettysburg, the Lusitania, and now Pearl Harbor. Another war for freedom from oppression, and again we women must help to fight it.
But I buy bonds, I raise money, I serve on committees. Isn't that enough?
We must buy bonds. We must raise money. But that is not enough.
Then tell me what to do.
Listen to the voices of the women who have taken men's places.
There are tools men had to drop in plane factories,
in munitions work, in shipyards,
tank plants, gun foundries,
parachute factories.
Take up the herald, the frontier.
Is this enough for us to do now? Will it be enough?
No. Nothing will be enough until this war is won. For we must win it. So that the baby born of a woman's agony in a wagon trundling over a dreary plain, the woman weeping as she fires the cannon her husband's bleeding hands dropped, the 5 sons of a woman who cherished them as you do yours, the Gold Star mothers grieving over graves in far-off France, and the men lying beneath the hull of the Lusitania, the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, Guam, Midway, Wake, Bataan, Java, Australia, and the countless millions wandering homeless beneath Europe's twilit skies. So that all these may not have been born and lived and suffered and died in vain. We must win this war.
So speak the women of America. Thank you, Florence Eldridge. We all have our work to do, and we're going to do it. And to help ensure our ultimate victory, we are going to buy United States savings bonds and stamps. You and you and you. Get the habit. Budget part of your income every week, and join the Treasury payroll savings plan wherever you work. Savings bonds and stamps are your way of investing in America. It's your country. Keep it yours.
United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who donated their talents to this performance. With Florence Eldridge, Mr. Frederick March, and a special bow to Miss Viola Klein for her magnificent script on the women of America. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Malcolm Meacham, production by William A. Baker. This was a transcribed program. This is Harry Elliott speaking.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Hello there, India and China and Egypt and Africa. Hello to New Zealand and to our fighting men in the Solomons. Calling Alaska, the Aleutians, and our ships at sea. Greetings to Uncle Sam's nurses and civilian workers, and to all you guys in the Pacific and the Atlantic. Salutations to South and Central America, and to our friends in all the United Nations, from Pearl Harbor to Palestine, from Stalingrad to Sydney, from New Caledonia to Newfoundland, and from the North Pole to the South Pole and around the equator. It's Command Performance with music and laughter from America. And speaking of time, it's time to tell that your lovely MC is Linda Darnell.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hiya, fellas. Here's a little something for each one of you who has a special girlfriend in the USA. Oh, that was a kiss, just in case you've got static trouble. You know, fellas... Thank you, Don. Fellas, Hollywood has all turned around. Because it used to be that the fans collected autographs from the stars. But take it from this gal, today the stars are your fans. And they're mighty proud of those autographs on those swell letters you send to Command Performance. Well, right now, we have a 4-letter gal who has won her letters from the Army, Navy, Marines, and the Coast Guard. And, fellows, here she is, Virginia O'Brien.
Thank you, Linda, and love to Corporal Adler and the cousins at APO 856. To Alan with the U.S. Marines somewhere in the Pacific. Hello to Alabama and the 40 thieves in that hut at APO 944. And to 4 medical sergeants to APO 835. Hi there, Davis, APO 813. To Sergeant Eaton somewhere in Egypt. For that big gang of you in the British Isles and for all of you, here's a sweet little lullaby for the kiddies of 1942. It was just a birthday party, out to have some innocent fun. And when I wasn't looking, it slipped up on me, and now the damage is done. Oh, did I get thinking at the Club Savoy? Did I get thinking I was Myrna Loy? Did I get mingling with the hoi polloi? Boy, did I get stinking at the Club Savoy. Did I get clubby with the guy with Jack? He wound up giving me a piggyback. He had me swinging on the chandelier. Boy, did I get tighter than a mouse's ear. Edie was a lady. A lady is right. I thought I was a lady until last night, but did I get stinking at the Club Savoy? Did I get sailing with the ship ahoy? And going home I met a sweet convoy. Boy, did I get stinking at the Club Savoy. Oh, 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 oh. I really wasn't thinking when I started into drinking, and I wound up getting stinking at the Club Savoy. Oh, 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 oh. You really would have died when I started getting fried, and I wound up getting pied at the Club Savoy. Started out with scotches, then switched to rye, then a little bitty zombie. My, oh, my, oh, my. Today my head is floating in a fog. It really shouldn't happen to a dog. Today my life is not a thing of joy. Boy, did I get stinking. Did I really get stinking? Did I really get stinking at
Thank you, Virginia O'Brien. And thanks to you, Walter Sharp, for conducting the Republic Studio Orchestra. Next, fellows, in answer to hundreds of your letters, Command Performance presents one of Mother Nature's strangest experiments. A figure who, in many respects, resembles a human being. The world's most intelligent moron, America's newest zany, wacky Zero Mostel.
Thank you, L.A.N.D. Linda Darnell, and hello, boys. I come up here tonight to tell you what's going on this amazing phenomenon known as the radio. Seems that there's a chap on the radio whose name is J.J. Agony, and he runs this Goodwill Hour, and thousands... mental. Thousands of people come up and ask him all kinds of questions, and he's been successfully answering their questions for 2 years until this one character came up and asked him a question which Agony couldn't answer, thank God. He said to him like this. Mr. Agony, my name is VP. And I came to this country when I was a boy of 2, and I opened up a little candy store. The store flourished. I married a good woman. As a result, I achieved 4 children. A good woman. And it all happened some 2 years ago. I was walking in the streets when a safe fell on my head. Naturally, I was taken to the hospital, a sick man. While there, I learned that my hitherto faithful wife, Bobo, had left me. She had taken the 4 boys with her, the one with the 2 heads and the other boys. She had taken my shaving kit, my personal belongings, my kids, my valuables. I soon got well, and while walking out of the hospital, I slipped on the steps, and I broke both my legs. So I went back into the hospital. And while there, I learned further that my store had burnt down, my insurance had lapses, my bank had failed, no Kleenex. I have nowhere to go, I have no one to turn to, so I come to you, Mr. Agony, with this. What I want to know is, have I got a problem? Or in the words of the immortal poet, philosopher, educator, James Durante, who once told me in E-flat this. So I goes into this dentist's office, and there's a guy sitting in a chair, and I noticed that one side of his mouth is perfect, but on the other side I noticed that he's got a 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the whole tooth, 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the whole tooth, 1 tooth. So I goes up to him and I says, I don't understand. One side of your mouth is perfect, but on the other side, I noticed that you've got a 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the whole tooth, 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the whole tooth, 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth. So he said to me, it is true, my friend, that one side of my mouth is perfect, but that on the other side I've got a 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the whole tooth, 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth, the cavity, 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth. So he said to me, why do I need both sides of my mouth perfect when I speak out of one side of my mouth? But I still don't understand. Why should one side of his mouth be perfect, and on the other side he's got a 1 2 1/2 tooth, no tooth?
Oh, thank you, Zero. Say, they don't call him Zero for nothing. Well, gang, it's the Jersey bounce time on Command Performance. So, for Corporal Hervey over there in Hawaii, for the 12 sharpshooters from Harlem, for you guys at APO 1221, and for all of you everywhere, here's that great band, Erskine Hawkins and the Jersey Bounce. Take it, boys.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Erskine Hawkins, for that swell, swell tune. Well, men, on Command Performance, rumors don't mean a thing, because we get our facts straight from your letters. And one fact that hundreds of you swear to is that you're crazy about a certain song and a certain girl. So here's that certain pair, Only a Bird in a Gilded Cage, and Virginia O'Brien.
She's only a bird in a a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. And her beauty was sold for an old man's gold. She's a bird in a gilded cage. She's only a bird. She's only a bird in a gilded cage. A beautiful sight, a beautiful sight, a beautiful sight, a beautiful sight to see. I said a beautiful sight to see. You may think that she's happy and free from all care. She's not, though she seems to be. 'Tis sad, 'tis sad, 'tis sad when you think of her wasted life. For you cannot mate with age, and her beauty was sold. Her beauty was sold to a man with a beard for his doggone gold. I wonder where she found him. She's just a bird in a gilded cage, hep, hep. She sold her soul for an old man's gold, hep, hep. She found that youth could never mate with age. She's a bird in a gilded cage, way away.
Oh, thank you, Virginia. That was swell. Well, men, hundreds of you, like you 6 men in that radio shack somewhere in Hawaii, the gang at St. Thomas, and you sailors and Marines throughout the world. Well, hundreds of you are bombarding command performance with letters asking for a certain red-haired problem child from Indiana. That child is with us tonight. And when I say that Harriet Hilliard and Truman Bradley come along to watch his manners, that's just the same as saying, fellas, here's Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Linda Darnell. Gee, Linda Darnell. She reminds me of that song, you know, Is This Worth Fighting For? Well, gang, I sure would like to thank you for the swell letters you've sent in, and you've asked a lot about what's Junior been doing lately. Well, I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. But I haven't time because right now a lady and her little boy are walking around downtown, and Junior's become separated from his mother. So, Harriet Hilliard, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid. Hey, Mommy, I had lost. Come and get me, Mommy. Where is you? You better come and get me before I join the Marines. Mommy, I lost.
Hello there, little boy. Are you lost?
Yeah. Why don't you pay attention?
Now, don't you cry, little man. Here's a penny. Don't you want a penny?
Make it a nickel. I had really lost.
Well, I'll tell you, maybe I can help you, Sonny. What does your mother look like, huh?
I could tell you, but you wouldn't believe it.
Well, is she tall or short or thin or fat?
Yes, she is.
You mean she's tall, short, thin, and fat?
Yeah, she just don't care.
Now, tell me, Sonny, is she blonde or brunette?
Well, that depends on how she feels when she get up in the morning. Oh, here she come now. Thanks a lot, Bubs. Hello.
There you are.
Yeah,
Aren't
here
you?
I is. I wasn't for a minute, though.
Junior, who's this good-looking man you're talking to?
Mommy, you ain't working at the chili bowl no more.
Well, anyway, I'm glad I found you.
Oh, no, you're not. You were trying to lose me. I had lost.
No, you're not. I'm with you.
How do you like that? We both lost.
Oh, stop acting seem silly, Junior.
Yeah, how do you like that? You were trying to lose me. I knew it all the
Don't be
time.
so silly. I've tried that before. Come on now, stand on the curb till the light changes.
Okay.
You won't cause any excitement that way.
Oh, I won't, huh? Hey, look, everybody, I just Jap.
Junior! All right, now the light changed. Come on, hurry up.
I ain't tired. All we've been doing is walking.
Well, Mommy has to lose a little weight. I'm getting a little bit chubby.
A bit chubby, he said.
Well, yes, do you think I'm more than chubby?
I could answer that, but who am I to get the state guard out of bed at this time of the night?
Mother has to lose weight, you know.
Yeah, I know about you. I just lost 4 pounds myself. Gee, I'm getting so skinny that dogs follow me around and smack their lip. Every time I take my leg, it cracks like a whip.
Oh, come on now, Junior. You can walk faster than that.
No, I can't. I'm losing me widow pants.
How could you lose your pants? You're wearing a belt and suspenders, aren't you?
Sure, look.
Junior, you're supposed to fasten the belt and suspenders to your pants.
Now she tells me.
Oh, now, you see?
What's
the
that?
light changed. We're stuck in the middle of the street.
No.
Oh, what'll we do? What'll we do?
I don't know. I don't have a fresh idea. Oh, my.
All right, lady. Can't hold up traffic all day.
Oh, I'm so sorry, officer.
Hey, is you a traffic cop?
What do I look like? A beef stew?
Well, you was beefing, and I'll bet you 2-1 you stew.
Junior!
Move along, you're jaywalkers.
No, we ain't. We American citizens. We pay our bills right after the 4th notice.
All right, lady, move along.
What are you bawling us out for? You should be down the street. A big truck hit 3 pedestrians.
Big truck just hit 3 pedestrians?
Yeah, them new bomb sights are pretty good, ain't they?
Oh, a wise guy, hey? Now take your kid and move along, lady.
Don't yell at my mommy. She's a taxpayer. Show him the receipt, mommy. Go ahead. We move when we is ready.
Junior, get up off of that street.
I won't get it dirty.
Junior, get up off of that street. You want a car to run over you and get a puncture or something?
I think I better give you a ticket.
Get her one. I always get in for nothing, you know.
Junior, I told you to get up off of that street.
You hit me. You broke my widow. You broke my widow.
Broke your little what?
That you did.
Well, are you moving along?
Yeah, but tell me, please, you a public servant?
Yes, why?
Could I have a glass of water? I don't know.
Ah, this has gone far enough. I'll carry you to the other side
Here,
of the street.
put me down. Put me down.
Stop kicking me in the stomach.
Boy, you a chubby little rascal, ain't you? Boy, I bet when you come upstairs, half of you is still down in the basement.
Stop kicking me in the stomach.
I can't. I'm sending a message to the natives. Oh, boy, I is hot today.
There, now, run along.
Okay, thanks for the lift, Bub. Me little feet was kind of tired.
No, that's okay.
Okay, don't you want your badge back?
My badge? Why, you...
Ladies are present.
Now, Junior, Mother wants to talk to you.
What?
What you did to that policeman wasn't nice.
What?
Why do you do things like that? Why?
I don't know. Why don't you see me lawyer?
Oh, there.
Oh, you really connected that time, eh? Look, now, it looks like I'm going to have to practice up on my ducking. Boy, twice in one afternoon is too much, boy.
Now, you just walk like a little gentleman.
No, I tell you, walk ahead. I'll see you later. Look like you pick on somebody who's side.
Oh, come on.
No?
Oh, never mind. You just stay here. I'm going in this ice cream parlor.
Ice cream parlor, she said. Don't get any sawdust on you, Murray.
This is an ice cream parlor.
Yes,
This time.
So it is. Well, I forgive you what you done for me, and I me widow self again.
That's what I thought. Now let's go home.
No, I want some ice cream.
No.
You buy me some Tutti Frutti or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you was kicked out of the campfire, girls, because you had no spark, plug.
Now that's a fib. I got kicked out because I couldn't tie knots.
Oh, don't kid me. You can tie knots. Either that or pop the yogi.
Now listen to me. Are you going to walk, or am I going to have to carry you like you were a helpless little baby?
Would you? Oh, look, a bakery shop. Can I look in the window?
Well, yes, but don't flatten your nose out so much.
Okay.
Don't you know if you lean against the glass window, it will break?
No.
I don't know why you do these things. I never broke windows when I was your age.
That's because when you was my age, they didn't have glass.
Now, you just stand here, and I'll go inside and pay the man for the window.
Okay. Well, here I is, all alone. Everybody move back. Boy, me widow hands are just itching for action. Oh, look at that office building with a revolving door. I think I'll get just enough time for a couple of rounds. That's what I do. Uh-oh. Here comes a man with an armful of bundles. He looks pretty good for tripping, too. If I do, I get a whipping. I do it. I will twist him with what... Well, drunk again, huh?
I do believe you did that on purpose, didn't you?
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry, sir. Junior, get away from those bundles.
I just looking over the stuff he bought. No, nothing there we can use.
Get away from me, you little pest.
Don't you
I ought to
hit me.
give you a good sound thrashing.
You touch a hair of his head, and I'll scratch your eyes out.
Oh, boy, I'll fight. Atta boy, Mummy. Sick him.
Don't worry, madam, don't worry. I wouldn't touch that brat of yours with a 10-foot pole. Goodbye.
Hey, Mummy.
What?
I guess I shouldn't make the door go so fast,
Don't worry, he probably deserves it, the big brute. Come on, I'm going to buy you all the ice cream you can eat.
What? Ain't it marvelous what women will do when they love somebody?
Well, fellas, this is Linda Darnell thanking each one of you for this date tonight. Personally, I think it was much too short. But then we'll be short-waving again next week to you men who keep the stars and stripes long-waving over there. And before that last good night, I'm very proud to answer a sweet request from Parisi, Booth, Hughes, and Boas at APO 868 for me to simply say hello. Hiya, fellas. And love to Berkowitz at APO 957, to Buddy Casino at Fort Clayton, and a double order of love to the whole AEF from the whole USA. So long.
Command Performance, presented by the War Department of the United States of America, in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 AFM. The greatest entertainers in America come to your big show, men, to answer those swell letters to Command Performance, care of this station. Until next week, then, this is Don Wilson speaking for Uncle Sam, the fellow who's going to make the Axis yell, Uncle. So long, gang.
Yank, the Army Weekly presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your request in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Well, men, as Shakespeare once said, quote, would jump by any other name be his gut bucket? The answer is yes if it comes out of the old ever-loving jukebox. Today it's loaded with that fine stuff, and it's all going to be handled by Skipper Lester J., Bosun's mate second class. Take over, Lester.
Thanks a lot, Lou Marcel, and hiya, men. Well, the platters are spinning, and I know you're waiting for me to get things rolling. So, what are we waiting for? Let's shove off with something by Lucky Millender and his boys titled Jitters. Lucky, we're ready if you are. A nice case of jitters, Lucky. And now, fellas, I'm going to read a couple of squibs that might be of interest to Navy men. They're telling the story of the sailor home on leave who rushed to his girl's house and said, "Honey, we're sure going to have a swell time tonight. I've got 3 tickets for the movies." The gal, a little puzzled, said, "But why do we need 3 tickets?" "Well," said the sailor, "one's for your father, one's for your mother, and the other's for your kid brother." And with that off our mind, we turn to Artie Shaw's famous record of Begin the Begin. number of Texas Blue Jackets in North Africa were being addressed by their commanding officer. During the speech, he said, "Our job here, among other things, is to promote good neighborliness. Above all, we've got to be friendly with the natives. And don't argue with them. If they say that Africa is bigger than Texas, agree with them." And now, let's listen to Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea by John Scott Trotter and his orchestra. A chief gunner's mate by the name of Flynn will always remember the naval battle of the Komandorski Island north of Attu last March. He was aboard a heavy cruiser, and they were taking a lot of punishment, as well as dishing out a lot. Flynn's ship had the main battery put out of commission, the rudder jammed, and finally salt water leaked in, and she lost her steam. Flynn grabbed a set of earphones in a gun repair station and listened tensely for the next order, expecting the worst. And to his startled ears came this terrifying statement: "There will be no movies this afternoon." All of which gets us to a fine Jimmy Dorsey arrangement of King Porter Stump. And that ends the cruise of the good ship Jukebox for now, men. She'll be sailing your way soon again, so be watching for it, will you? Thanks.
Thanks, sailor. And fellas, remember this is your show, and you call the shots. Wish I could call mine. If there's anything you want to hear, write. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
So at ease. You've been at ease for the past quarter hour with piano by Eddie Duchin and the orchestra of Al Goodman. Songs were Speak Low, Tico Tico, Night and Day, Indian Summer, and Holiday for String. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.